Right. Happy New Year, everybody. Sorry for the delay. I had some connection issues. That does kind of mean my preparation time went out the window a little bit, so I have no idea what we were doing yet, except for designing signs on AQUILO. Nice glowy AQUILO. Yeah, we're gonna keep the power network and the heat network the same, not separated like is the standard and better practice, I would say, but the glowy pipes make up for it. We want the glowy pipes all over the base, so that's how it's gonna be. We're gonna have maximum temperature. I think we'll just max temperature everything at the end once we've designed it. Gonna try to have all the heat spread from the nuclear power plant to wherever science is gonna be built. And I guess to operate the stuff just has to be at 30 degrees, so even if it's pretty far away from the power plant, I hope we can get the heat there. But we'll see how that goes. We are not doing proper practices on this challenge. That includes indeed the making concrete. Should you use a foundry or an assembler? Well, I'm probably just gonna ship it in from Norvis or from Fulgora, because at the end of the day we will know exactly how much we need, because we have designed the base, so we know how much concrete we need, and we'll just ship it in, and it's only a one-time ship, and then we'll be done with it. We don't need to create additional concrete once we have the factory built. Yeah, I'm reading through the notes right now. Thanks, Petra, again for the. I'm gonna butcher it again. 100 Czech crowns. Oh, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. The signs on Norvis should be alright. There is never gonna be spoilage on this side of the belt. The best way to do this would be to put something else on the other side so spoilage also goes through, but that messes with my science ladder. So that cannot be. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna change that back to Gleben science pack this way. We made sure no science can get stuck on this belt ever, because we are side loading into an underground everywhere. So as long as we make sure the science goes off of this belt, we are gonna be good. And we are picking it off the end here, so this should be alright. Quality tungsten ore on Vulcanus is backed up, that's alright. It's a deprioritized belt basically. We've got 7 belts of tungsten coming in without quality, but we're prioritizing the one with quality ore. Whenever this is running. When it's not running, it is fine. So if it's backed up, then these 7 belts can flow freely. So we have the same system for coal. Usually at least one of those is backed up. Now there's not. We empty the chests out, I suppose. So that has been taken care of. Quality coal is also deprioritized, with the quality part going always on a separate belt over here, before we're feeding it into the not quality belts. So we should be alright for signs on other planets. Right, we were researching the mech armor, only 9.5 hours to go, which means I think we can get that. We want the mech armor and laser damage, basically, before switching over to the AQUILO science packs. Which gives me, if this is still, what, 3.5 million, 10 hours? I think we have 13 or 14 hours to get everything down. I did notice a small mistake in my science build, not the science build itself, that one is fine, but the cooling, I missed a productivity step, so we don't need 3 fluorocatone per science pack. Because we have productivity modules, we don't need 1800 sets of ingredients to get 1800 science packs out. So this is basically overbuilt by more than a factor of 2. We can do away with one of those, and this one can be slower. So that means we can do all of the cooling in a single plant. I did make the Excel this time with the ratios. I did the calculations for AQUILO signs, so we no longer need to just wing it with this crappy calculator. It's a very nice calculator, but it's a very simple one. First stream was from January 11th. Yeah, I had secret hopes to finish the series on January 11th, but I'm not gonna make that. We're not gonna make that. 14 hours of science before and then another 14 hours of science after. It would have to be a 24-hour stream, but I don't have the battery bank for that, or I would do it. Anyway, let's check. Thanks, Super Sheep, for the 22 months subscription. I almost missed that. Hey Petra, were you also the one to ask for the voiceover on the older videos? The ones which have the text over mic only? Or is that somebody else? I did notice a suspiciously similar Czech crown donation there as well on YouTube. Ban fusion power. The problem with fusion power is it comes too late. By this time, when we start researching quantum processors, 1800 SPM of AQUILO science has to be up and powered. So by the time we unlock fusion power, we no longer need it. At least not for AQUILO. I think the ship which we'll use to fly to the solar system edge, if it's gonna involve just laser turrets, we'll need fusion power on board, because these laser turrets consume a lot of power. The nuclear plants consume a lot of water actually, and they consume so much water. We already estimated that I either need a very large water tank or just use fusion power and get rid of the water complexity and ice asteroids complexity altogether. So that's probably what we're gonna do. There was somebody else. Alright. Maybe time for fast inserters. Fast inserter is gonna be the first thing I research. Look at that tech speed. It's gonna be the first thing I research if we go mega base after the playthrough ends. Because then we're gonna need to care about UPS. Let's do a UPS test. So 60 FPS is the normal. I can get 120 still, so we're gonna make it at one time game speed for sure until the end of the playthrough. But after that we're going to need to optimize if we want to go much larger than that, which means unfortunately the number one thing to optimize is the inserters. Long-handed inserters, and especially the yellow inserters, are pretty horrible for UPS compared to faster ones with higher stack sizes. The spoilage on the belt from rocket silo on Gleba. Ah, on Gleba. Yeah. I think I did that last time already. We just have input priority. Okay, we are deleting it. We are deleting the last of it very slowly. We got rid of the filter. Maybe I did it off stream, I don't know. I think I did it on stream. Yeah, snowy vibes. Alright, I think we're gonna get started. Let's go. Right, we did some calculations about the resources as well. Those might go down a bit. I think we need we needed 4000% fluorine to create new fluoroketon, but that also is going to go down by a factor of I guess 128% productivity bonus. So the new fluoroketon is going to be 4000 divided by 2.28, about 1750% or so. So that is a lot more lenient. We have enough resources though already visible inside this area, and there might be more close by outside of the radar scan range. We'll see. Hey Odium, thanks voor die 2 years as well as for all the moderation time. Gelukkig nieuwjaar. Hetzelfde. The battery is the vent battery, of which the entire system is running. It can go for a long stream, but not quite for 24 hours. I might get hookup power somewhere, then I can do it. We'll see how that goes. I might be able to arrange that actually, we'll see. It would be cool to end on a 24-hour stream, right? Fitting to a 1000 times science cost challenge. I have to make sure that most of the sinking part is over then though, because after 4 or 5 hours of that my brains are fried. So we'll have to save the fun projects for last, like, you know, shipping fish to every planet and put them in the water. The videos are behind just a few planets, just like a handful of planets, a single handful. I don't know what everybody's getting so worked up about. Anyway, let's go. Right, so this time we are designing in real time because we need time to pass basically. That does mean we don't have the benefits of editor mode, which is like having actual machines instead of just everything in different shades of blue. And we cannot actually see everything what's going on, but we can still test the builds when we have designed them. Right, so first order of things, squint your eyes. We're going over to Excel for just a little bit, just to show off the numbers. And that's going to be a very white background in 3, 2, 1, flash. Right, there we go. So I did the same thing like we did for the other science packs, just calculate everything automatically. So we want 1800 AQUILO science packs a minute with a rare productivity module Mark III actually. We get 16% bonus per module, and then we just look. This machine has 8 modules, so we multiplied it by 8, which means instead of 1800 lithium plates, we need 789. If we go without productivity modules, these are the numbers without productivity. That's a lot more. So let's go back. That also means we only need 2300 new fluoroketone instead of 5400. And accordingly, we need less of that fluorine gas. Alright, so this is the cycle. We got the AQUILO science packs, the lithium plates, which come from lithium. Lithium is just smelted in a furnace, which means we only get 2 modules in there. But still, that's 600 lithium to make 1800 science packs. That's already 33% of the cost. Fluoroketone also uses lithium, but it's such a tiny amount compared to directly for lithium plates. I can basically kind of ignore that in terms of resource requirements. So we need to cool 79 fluoroketone per minute, per second, instead of the 5400 we designed the system around. So we can do with a little bit less. There's a little bit of solid fuel involved, and then the gases. Lithium we need to ship in. If we go maximum productivity, we only need 54 holmium plates per minute to make 1800 science packs instead of 382. So we're already down to 1/6 of the cost. Lithium brine, ammonia, solid fuel. We need a lot of ice cubes. 2500 ice cubes. I also did the rocket parts. We're gonna obviously have to ship in blue chips and low density structures, but we can make rocket fuel on AQUILO. And a quirky thing is, I can end up with extra ice cubes or extra ammonia, depending on which productivity modules I will be using for rocket fuel. So rocket fuel uses a ton of ammonia. Without that I would have a lot of ammonia left over. Currently we are voiding that. We are voiding ammonia with some quirky mechanic. But if we make rocket fuel, we actually will be absorbing all the ammonia and we'll have to produce some extra and we'll be left with surplus ice cubes instead. Here you can see the balance. Let's say we don't use productivity modules in here. Then you can see we need to void 18 ice cubes per second or recycle them. But if we do use the good productivity modules in here, we still need to void ammonia, basically. We will be left with ammonia still. So that's we can kind of balance out the amount we need to throw away by the amount of the quality of the productivity modules we use for rocket fuel, which is kind of interesting. So we can make that we can make it so that we overproduce ice cubes by a little bit and then just void all the ammonia which is left over, and that way we won't ever get stuck. I think that is how it should work. So this is where I'm going to be pulling my numbers from the rest of the stream. Last time we did design the science and we did design the cooling, but we designed it wrong because of the productivity module factor. So we're gonna have to redo that just a little bit. In fact, we can start with that right now. We need to create 40 new fluid per second and we need to cool 80 fluid per second. So those two numbers we're gonna go with first. So let's go back to the game where it is nice and night. Right, so these old numbers. What's going on? I hear Oh, Shadow, thanks for the level 3 subscription. What's going on? What are those sounds? Those sounds are super chats. Well, that took a while for them to show up. Thanks again, Petra, by the way. They don't show up on my screen. Alright, so these... right, we cannot see that because it's not editor mode, but... if I just quickly put it back down here, we can see this guy has 91 per second cooling capacity. And we have two of them because we thought we would need to cool 180 fluid a second. As it turns out, we need to cool, let me quickly check back, 80 units per second. So one of these is fine already. We can probably do with less beacons as well. Looks like 3 beacons is sufficient. That cools 81 fluid a second. So I guess basically we can just keep the design, but delete those. We do need to check for the creation. I do have a rare one over here, so let's grab the creation one. Alright, so without beacons that does only 7.29 a second. I guess with one beacon it's already gonna be... That's 103 a second. Alright, so this one can be regular quality, and we are still way too fast. Does it really matter? I guess we can just put that guy on the other side, really. We can do something like this, perhaps, just for scenic stuff. I don't think we need a tank of hot fluoroctone anyway. It is kind of a bad design because I cannot take anything out. We would be able to get some stuff out if we do this, then we can get stuff out through here if we need it. Do we need this for something else? No, it just needs to be cooled, right? It is generated by fusion, it is not required for anything. And then the cold stuff is used by a lot of recipes. Okay, so basically we can do this. We can just directly put that in and have heat pipes just run along the sides somewhat. Just for something like that would be alright. So then the inputs go in here, and here we just cool it, and that should be all. This guy's going to be way too fast, but that's fine. It looks nice. Alright, so that's cooling redesigned. Not sure what this guy was supposed to be doing. Okay, I don't want to lose the progress. Let's save here. 1969, that is the year of the moon landing, and we are already on AQUILO. I want to know, I deconstructed a machine there with a recipe. I want to know which one that is. Hope you're doing well, thanks. Don't forget to test, you will see some problem. Yeah, we will test, we will test. I don't think I'm going to do efficiency beacons. It kind of depends. I think we're going to be fine power-wise. Although, didn't this thing already consume like 240 megawatts? Maybe we should care about power usage a little. This was the hot one. All right, so I don't need to do anything. Let's go back. Didn't squint hard enough. Alright, so that was the cooling. I did bring some Mark III efficiencies. I put the speed in there. Like this is 81 a second. If I put efficiency beacons though, that number is gonna drop again. Alright, no, we're not gonna change it. This is two machines, it's fine. Two machines, it's fine. Alright, so this is done. The cooling is done. The science pack is done. What is left to do? We need to go further down the chain. I think. Let me quickly check. We have 3 ingredients. We did a fluoroctone that is, except for the inputs of fluoroctone, that's done. We have ice cubes, which is supposed to be the easy one, I suppose. And we got lithium plates. Alright, so maybe we're not quite done with this guy because we are not making the inputs yet. That is probably gonna be an afterthought, isn't it? Can this be made in a cryo plant? Oh yeah, we can make solid fuel in a cryo plant as well. Kinda seems like overkill. Alright. Thing is, we need some of this for rocket fuel. We need this for ice cubes, or it's made at the same time as ice cubes. This just comes directly from mining, and this one is a byproduct of making the main lithium plates, I suppose. So there's not really something specifically to do for over here at the moment. I think we will design those further down the line. Let's just put it in the corner so we don't forget about it. So I think the next thing is just lithium smelting. And I am not sure how to test that. 6.4 seconds crafting time. That's twice the smelting time of iron plates. These got a crafting speed of 3.2 by default. .4, so it takes 2 seconds. 2 seconds to smelt the lithium plate in one of these. If we use beacons, it's gonna be much faster, I suppose. Now the crafting speed is 21.6. Let's say 22 divided by 6.4. That's over 3 per second. And then the productivity will bump it up to 4.5 outputs a second. I think that's too fast. We don't... I guess here we want to maybe find an ideal amount of modules we can use. This is a furnace, so even with a lot of beacons, the power cost is not really up there. 1.43 megawatts. So again, for this one, efficiency beacons don't really make sense. Just gotta find the total amount of lithium we need. Lithium plate, we need 13 and a bit per second. I'm gonna guess we're gonna need this for some other things later as well, so we want some overproduction. Do we want quality? I don't think we want quality. We might put quality in here. No, we don't need to do that because I can directly make quality lithium from quality holmium plates and smelt that into rare lithium directly. So I don't need to interfere with the main science cycle entirely. We can just ship in some rare holmium and make it into like probably like close to 15 lithium plates per holmium. So I think we're going to be fine for rare supplies here. Now let's put that under there so we can see it. Alright, so the total amount we need is 14. Let's say 14. Which means this would need 3 furnaces or so. Don't have any lithium left over, do I? No, I don't have any lithium left over. Just to get an accurate read. Alright, let's save. We'll use editor mode to get the ratio. Alright. So this should give me 4.47 lithium a second as we calculated. Which is not bad. If we need, let's say if we have 4 furnaces, we need a crafting speed of 3.5. How does it look if we just use one beacon? It is 2.46. That is 6 furnaces around a single beacon. And with manageable inputs and output speeds. So I think that is what we'll go for. Alright. So we'll design this one in editor mode because we don't have lithium to put in here to get the numbers. So basically what we want then is something like this basically to smelt lithium. We can design the heat pipes and inserters later, but we do know that if we use these, we need 2 inputs and 2 outputs. Something like that. So we'll use that then. Let's quickly blueprint that, temporarily put it there, and we can load back to pre-editor mode. In my inventory, do I have lithium in my inventory? I have lithium in my inventory. Right. I kept some because I thought I would need it for something else. Yeah, we needed to make this fluorocetone, so in case we need to start it up, I wanted to keep 1 stack. Alright, that means I could have gotten the numbers without actually smelting it. Or could I? Yeah, we could have gotten the numbers without actually smelting it. Right. Never mind then. For now, we'll just grab this guy, plop him in the general vicinity over there. That is lithium smelting. I do wonder what is gonna go wrong with this according to the crowds. That just has to connect to here. That would already connect, and this will have to go back. It has to go back into here, so we cannot really do this. So we'll have to connect it to this pipe somewhere, and then either to this one or to this one or to both if we can get it all heated up properly and looking nice. The problem with those pipes is they need all the heat pipes all the time, so this decorative is probably gonna bite the dust. Alright, we are not gonna do the heat piping for this guy. We'll first design all the elements and then we'll building block everything together. That is the plan. So that is smelting done. Then we gotta figure out how to get the lithium. So the next victim goes to the beacon heat pipe layout over here. Alright, so that looks like single machine territory to me. perhaps. To make, let's say I go for 14 lithium, right? How much did I have again? Dang it. One beacon furnace. I don't want the furnace to actually be powered. So this makes 2.46 times 6. So we make almost 15 a second, basically. So I want to use this number to calculate the lithium stuff, or the ingredients for the raw lithium over here. So I'm actually just gonna up the number in the Excel to just to 900. I'm gonna ship in enough resources to make 900. So basically a yellow belt of lithium plates. Which means we're gonna need slightly more of the rest. 682 raw lithium per minute, which means 11.4 per second. We are at 7.5. That is 12.0. Looks like the efficiency beacons are not going to happen. 10.7. Oh yeah, 12.0. We need to input 1 holmium per second. And we need to output 12 lithium per second. Which is slightly over 6 in cells. Actually, we need to output only 11.4 per second. And we can do 11.5 with 6 outserters. And then most of it needs to get smelted and some of it needs to go to making the fluid. I guess we just prioritize sending it to the fluid that will quickly fill up. And that'll do. We cannot do this. We need the heat pipe cap. I every time keep forgetting about that. We can maybe use some underground. Everything is frozen, man. And then the heat pipe can just come in. Something like that. It warms everything here. I wish you could switch off the symbols. Can you switch off the symbols? Ooh, I don't know that actually. I don't think you can. You can switch off the blinking, but these don't even blink. I don't think my mod does that either. I got alert settings. Custom. Programmable speakers, other mods. No material, no storage, no storage. No parts. No, there's nothing there. Alright. So maybe designing it in Ghost is better. At least we can then see what's going on. Alright, so we need 1 input and 6 outputs. And the outputs were on the wrong one. Okay, now they're on the right one. It's kind of a waste. I think we need more outputs. So maybe we just build something more standard. We need the fluids to come in as well. Holmium is just a belt that needs to come in. I'm kind of just thinking to throw... Can I just do 8 inserters? Can I not do that? It is overkill, but... I think it's possible. Get heat pipe something like this. And a belt just going through something like this. Everything should be heated, and that one holmium can be inserted from another belt which comes in over here or something. And we can even have some rare power poles. I guess we can have that over here. This heat pipe should touch those inserters already. Okay, let's just heat it up and see how it goes. We are wasting a lot of heat, but that's fine. Okay, looks like that works. 12 a second, we got too many outputs and an input, so... Sure. That is... lithium creation. So maybe that means we can share these beacons. This guy doesn't need the beacons. So... if we have a 5 beaconer anyway, this guy could be uncommon instead of rare. I guess we'll keep it rare. It's fine if that guy is faster. So we can put lithium on the other side and just share the beacons. This guy had enough with a single beacon. So maybe we will put them down here back again. Or I guess on the top in this case, because that's where the heated stuff is coming from. Doesn't really matter where the heated stuff is coming from. We do need a fluid tank connected to this so we can like circuit condition the amount that is in there so we don't overfill the system with new fluid. We literally push it against there. Okay, this has to go. It kind of makes sense to just move it against the targets then. Hot comes in from the top, cold comes out from the bottom. This guy is gonna be on top somewhere. This music is like some corrupted version of Troy or something. Those Greek movies. Alright, so here comes, stuff comes in. Here we cool it and then it goes back to... Then it goes back to science. Since this is the stuff we need, we probably want to keep this stuff in the tank instead. Something like this perhaps. And then this guy should work only if this tank is half full or something. That way this pipe will clear out. If this tank fills up, this guy switches off and it will just consume all the remaining hot fluorocetone. Probably something like that. Alright. We do need the heat pipe to go through somewhere. So maybe we do keep distance. This guy does not need to... have an extra pipe where we can do some fluid flow magic. Alright, and this one technically can come in over here and over here. And we can just connect these for fun. I don't think that would corrupt anything. If we do the creation by this tank, we can also just do this directly in here and make this symmetric, I suppose. And then have the fluid come from over there. Okay, we need some bottom heat pipes as well. Something like that. That will have to be tested. Alright, let's take that. We'll put it on the big lake. And this was one of the old designs. We don't want to get rid of that completely, but let's put it out of the way. This is the new design. How do the pipes connect? Oh, the pipes do connect beautifully like this. So hot, cold. We did not design a power line for here or for here. That could be a nice diamond or something. Heat pipes will have to connect all the way around. This tank kinda bothers me, to be honest. We cannot read from a pipe, right? Yeah, we cannot read a pipe. Okay, so we do need a tank. It's fine. A tank will do. tank is fine. The heat will just come in from over there or something. There, symmetric. Ish. It's lithium and cooling fluids, so how symmetric can it be, right? So we're gonna be happy with this. Decorative pipe. Curious if that's gonna work. Central beacon. Ooh, yeah, right. That is a good point. We do need the last beacon, man. Actually, the last beacon could mirror the tank. We're gonna have a... yeah, why not have a frozen beacon in the middle just for fun? Let's take out the modules, though. No, wait, that's gonna lower the... is that gonna lower the speed? If the beacon is frozen? Alright, so now the beacon is unfrozen, speed 10.9 a second. Beacon is frozen, speed 10.9 a second. Speed 12.0 a second. Oh, that is annoying. So the beacon does diminish the speed, even if it's frozen. But you don't add the speed when the beacon is frozen. I would call that a bug. I think we should report that. Now we have 13.2. I mean, if the beacon doesn't add the speed if it's frozen, it should also not diminish the speed from the other beacons if it's frozen. That's my opinion, at least. It's probably that is my opinion because right now I want to use that, but I can't. Alright, so we can still maybe see... 10.9 was not enough. We need 11 point something. And we got 12. Alright, so... no fun for us. How about if I waste 2 beacons? Now we're back to 12.2. Okay, so I could do a beacon on both sides. But then the symmetry is gone again, so okay, nothing. Here will be nothing. It's kind of the same, right? A fluid tank and a beacon. Okay, that's it. That's the design. If annoying, then bug. Yeah, exactly. You understand how I'm thinking. It's annoying, so it's a bug. Beacon antennas diminish the effectiveness. Don't undermine my my logic. It's annoying, so it's a bug. Alright. Sure. I can put them closer. I like the square hole. Put it in the square hole. Alright, Laughing Man. Yes, that got blocked for some reason. There is a stream with the similar name, Mega Military Science Session, so you can start from the stream after those. Decorative power pole. How about a not decorative power pole? I think we need that. I know we can actually power the beacons from there. We'll see. We'll keep it open for now. We might be building the entire thing on the water, so it will be nice looking, just like Gleba basically. Alright, so that is enough time spent on this shenanigans. Lithium is taken care of. This is pumped up directly. And ammonia we need to make still. And also for here. So that's going to be made in one go. It's fluid system. So it's instant transmission and we just need to make enough. And I think we're going to avoid the ice cubes. Don't really want to be using... We don't need to use productivity modules in solid fuel, but then again it's going to be probably just one assembler. We got infinite oil basically, and ammonia is free to make. So we could do this without productivity modules and just go for efficiency or speed or whatever. I think we can get rid of lithium. Get rid of those as well. I think we can safely switch on the bots again. Right, so that we got lithium plates, we got the fluoricatone, except for the solid fuel. We got the lithium, except for the ammonia. Alright, so how much solid fuel do I need? If we also make rocket fuel, we need just a little bit. We need like 21 solid fuel per minute, not per second, per minute, to make fluoricatone. But if we also make rocket fuel, so that we can send the science packs off of the planet, we're gonna need to make at least 261 per minute, which is over 4 a second. Alright, so in case I underestimate that, let's say we want to make 5 or 6 per second. This one makes 3.2. So basically, why don't I just do this? And that is my solid fuel. Just fluids in and then 3.2 per second out. Or we can just do this. It's expensive. 4.73. Is 4.73 enough? 4.73 should be more than we need. We're gonna need some burst production though. I think let's keep it simple. We don't need a single one. We'll just do this. 6 per second should be well more than enough. 6.4 a second. That's solid fuel. We just need pump in oil and then ammonia we'll do at the very end. Alright, solid fuel. These designs are not the most difficult so far. I guess the design challenge is mostly in the routing with this one. Not really in the sheer volume of stuff. So that goes in here. So we probably want to put that somewhere up here. It mostly goes into rocket fuel though, not into this guy. So we might just put one of these guys right next door. And then use 2 separate ones for rocket fuel. I think let's do that. That makes sense. Instead of routing it on belts. So how do we make rocket fuel from that? We need water and ammonia, so we need to melt ice cubes. Alright, I think that's kind of an afterthought. We can start off by shipping in rocket fuel. While we just need to design and build the 1800 signs per minute base. We can ship in rocket fuel to get it started and then work on designing the actual rocket fuel with the ice cube melting and whatnot. While we're already launching up signs to Norvis, I think we should postpone on designing the rocket fuel then. So it looked fairly simple, but it's actually not. Oh wait, I forgot we can do this. That produces only 4 a second though, because it's not a rare one. If we're not going to use productivity, we might as well just use chemical plants. Rocket fuel though is a slow recipe. Actually, it's not that slow with what we're getting out of here. Okay, I like this one. This is exactly exactly 2 to 1. Which means something like this. Something like that could be done. For instance, that could be the full rocket fuel design. Okay, it looks like rocket fuel design is not really that big of a deal, so let's put it on there. Actually, no, wait, it is. I forget that we also need water, which means we need to melt ice cubes somehow. These need 8 water a second, so that's 32. Okay, this actually provides exactly 32 water a second. How can it be? I don't know, but it is true. We do want to put... I have to do this from map view. Right, we'll just build it. Build it. Alright, something like that then. So this eats up 1/3 worth of ice cubes only, which is fairly easy. The ice cubes are going to come from that ammonia recipe. Which makes 8 ice cubes a second. So I guess we'll just have this guy maybe right next door. To make the ice cubes, especially to melt the water for the rocket fuel. And then we just need to ship in a lot more ammonia because this doesn't produce enough. But we're going to be overproducing ammonia elsewhere for science directly. That requires a lot of ice without any ammonia. So as long as we connect all the ammonia together, we should still end up positive. And this makes sure we don't need to route ice cubes around to rocket fuel. Which I think is alright. Something like that. The exact configurations of stuff we'll have to figure out later. It could be something like that. That's all the steps at least. Ammonia ocean into ice cubes and some ammonia. Melt the ice. Then we have water. Solid fuel comes from oil and more ammonia. And we should be good. We might actually change this design to look something like... to look something like this, I suppose. But we can decide about that later. The inserters in between is actually not that bad of a choice, I don't think. We can just do everything with one heat pipe. And the inserters can be touching. Left and right. Okay, I think I actually like that, so let's try to design it. So we have rocket fuel, solid fuel, rocket fuel. The pipes can probably be on one side as well, if we do that. Then we can just have one heat pipe. This going into rocket fuel, and then the rocket fuel we can put out on a belt or something. Or perhaps probably in a chest and then directly into the silo or whatever. The silos. Okay, in that case we're gonna need to at least design the pipes. I don't think we can do the standard thing. Or maybe we can if we leave space for a heat pipe in between here as well. So ammonia could be on this level. And another heat pipe could be going through to heat up all the pipes. And then the oil comes in from even further. Yeah, something like that. Either this... it could work. I'm not a fan of this, I don't think. That could be rocket fuel, this could be rocket fuel. I'll just save both designs for now. We'll plop it on the ice somewhere over here. This is no longer gonna get used. I gotta save with this stuff if I need it. We'll put the rocket fuel guy for fluorocatone just straight next to it. It will generate 50 solid fuel inside. That's gonna be more than plenty. I think we will puzzle out this exactly once. Once we got all the building blocks. Okay, we don't need to worry about that solid fuel. That is for rocket fuel separately. So that's all solid fuel done. All solid fuel is done. Lithium is done. I think only ammonia is left. And ice cubes. Right, so for now I decided not to use productivity in rocket fuel. That means we're going to be left with ice cubes, not ammonia. Right, I think we're gonna do the overproduce ammonia and just crush the ice cubes thing. That means we're not gonna be building something like this, which is basically voiding ammonia, which is necessary for the ice platforms, but not as much for not for science, apparently. I did want to put some chests here instead, so I don't know if I need ice cubes for anything else, like, but I think it cannot hurt to have some ice cubes in stock. I want to do that everywhere. Alright, how many platforms do we have already? We're producing 2400 platforms. Sorry. 2900 platforms per hour, 48 per minute. Produced a total of almost 5k now. That's like 5 chunks. Every 1000 is 1 chunk of platforms. We have about this many platforms. So we have about this many platforms right now. Approximately. I think that is gonna be enough platforms. We don't need to expand that production. Alright. I think the only thing left to do then is ice cubes. Let's check. Lithium plates. We are smelting those from lithium, which is made over here. Which is made from this stuff which we pump up, this stuff which we have yet to design with the ice cubes, and this stuff which is imported. We still need to do all the routing, but that's after that. So lithium is complete. Then ice cubes we're gonna do now. Fluoricatone gold comes from this guy, which can do it all by himself. This guy is creating the new fluoricatone. And it needs ammonia, which we are going to design now together with ice cubes. This stuff which is being pumped up. Lithium, which we already took care of. And solid fuel, which is right next door. Then we have the other solid fuel making rocket fuel to launch up the science with the imported blue chips and low density structures. So that's alright. So this step is done as well. It's just the ice cubes and the ammonia. Right, so that's this recipe. Alright, so it doesn't really make sense to put productivity or speed in here. This is just going to be efficiency. Because the ratio you're going to get out is the same. And it's all free, so I don't think it makes sense to put productivity in there. I'm not going to use rocket fuel to heat up the base. I'm just going to import nuclear. It's easy enough. And you don't need that many fuel cells. We've got like thousands of the things. The ship needs to fly anyway, so why not import some fuel cells along with the blue chips and low density structures and other bits and bobs which we need anyway. Alright, so now we just need to know how many ice cubes and ammonia do we need in total and which do we need more of. According to the Excel, the all holy Excel, the total amount of ice cubes we are gonna need is gonna be about 42-43 per second. But so 43 a second, right? 43 a second means if we are going to need more than 430 ammonia a second, since that's going to be the limiting factor. So we should look at how many ammonia do we need. I don't know if I counted ammonia anywhere. I only have the balance. It's 1,000, 4,000, 12,000. And rocket fuel needs 28,000 by itself. So about 40k. Slightly over 40k. A minute. Which is 670 a second. That's indeed a lot more than 43. So I suppose then we could just build 12 of these. And connect it to a single ammonia pump. Because it pumps 1200 a second, so why not? But that way, even if I'm off, or if I build some other production, we can still leech off of this a little without getting into trouble. That is not true though, because yeah, ammonia is going to fill up, but ammonia is going to be the limiting factor. Oh wait, this is going to be more complicated than I thought, because we're going to need some buffers to go along with this. So yeah, I do overproduce this. We put up some ammonia tanks and some ice cube buffer chests, so the entire system can fluctuate a little bit. The thing is, we are going to need more ice when we are producing science, and we're going to need more ammonia when we are producing rocket fuel. And rocket fuel production is going to do the start-stop thing, because the rocket's going to be launching all at the same time, and then there's going to be a time of no rocket launching. So perhaps I do want to build rocket. I do not really want to overbuild rocket fuel that much. So the consumption of the different fluids is spread out over the entire cycle instead of just going up and down. 10 million military science packs. Holy moly. That is a lot of science packs. I mean, we hit 10 million. We had 10 million on the other science packs already, obviously. Military science has finally joined the ranks. So that's all the science packs we produce on Norvis, except for yellow science. Wonder which one will be the next one. And I wonder if we get to 100 million. I don't think so. But if we go mega base, we will. But not to just get to the edge of the solar system. Something is off. I think I made a mistake with the rocket fuel. I used the numbers as if I was going to use 8 productivity modules for the rocket fuel itself. We're going to need 0.91 if we don't use productivity modules. Which basically means just copy this one more time. That means my water thing is not going to be fast enough. So we need a second water thing. Okay, that's not going to work out as good as I thought it was. Okay, this is at least the ratio we need. So this only overproduces slightly. We're not going to use rocket fuel for heat, so sure, I think. Okay, 32 seconds. I think we can get that to 48 a second easily. 47.3. Are you gonna make me use speed 3? I think it's still enough. Divide by 48 times 47.3, still more than 0.91. So we should be alright. It's even better because it's closer to the rate we actually need it. So we'll just use let's delete this design, it's no longer up to date. We'll just use a speedier ice cube machine, which will then consume more ice cubes as well. So we need a second inserter. Something like that. Right. Ice cubes and ammonia. So we need to be voiding ice cubes in case we are not consuming the ammonia at times, and we need to be voiding ammonia perhaps, or we need to be storing ammonia at least if rocket fuel is not being created at the moment. So in general, I think I want to be able to create it faster than we need, but not that much faster. Yeah, I don't know how to do this, man. Okay, let's just go by the numbers. We need 670 a second. If this is correct, we are going to be needing 10 of those. Don't know where I got 12. We need 15 to consume a fluid pump, but if we need 10 of those, we'll go with 10. I'll just place them in a line. I think line designs are easier in this version. Do offshore pumps need to be heated? Okay, offshore pumps just work. Means if we just... there goes the... we could just put offshore pumps on this side and don't worry about heating the pipes. We do need heating on the other side though. So I guess we want to use a lot of undergrounds so that the heat pipes can also touch the machinery. Alright, something like that. And this song again. Let's go to the next one. Those big power lines are coming in clutch though. I guess we can spread it out a bit more so it can easily connect to the rest. So that could be the design, and then we just want a big storage tank. To store all the stuff. Power lines don't need to be heated, so we could actually do this instead. We can really just if we design this underwater with the offshore pumps. It could look something like this. Do the power lines fit next to the offshore pumps like that? I think they do if we place the offshore pumps first. Or maybe they just do. Alright, that means I can place the giant storage tank already preheated on the top side, something like that. I don't know how big this thing's going to have to be. But we probably want it pretty big. I think this is going to have to move over. I still cannot get it in there. Ah, we can. I know this one will not be heated. I'm gonna make it work. I'm too stubborn. now the heat pipe can come in. Kind of defeats the purpose of not having to heat up the other side, but alright. Sure. Some connecting power lines or lights or whatever. Alright, we need some circuit magic on that, but I think that we'll do that once it's running. Oh, I kind of forgot. Oh, the ice cubes. The ice cubes don't just flow out, right? We need to take those out. Okay, can we still do the... Can we do the water well trick? Let's actually build one of those. Okay, my robot area is too large. Alright, stop zooming. Okay, now I can walk here. Let's place an offshore pump. I guess we need one more platform. Right, so that is working. There is fluid in there. And now we can just fill it in and the pump will keep working. That is the idea. The thing is though, if we disconnect it, we cannot put it back anymore. Unless we deconstruct these platforms. But if you place it first, you can then just close it up. Which means we can get, if we have concrete on there, we can in fact get inserters on there, but not all of these. Because of the heat pipes. Okay, this is not going to work out the way I wanted it to. That could heat those up. But not really. We're gonna need a more spacious solution. Yeah, I cannot don't think we can do that. Alright, so let's not design this then. I think we'll design this as we go along. We do know we're gonna make 12. If we do 12, I guess this part was all right. If we do 12, we don't need to extract the full 8 ice cubes a second. We can extract slightly less, which means I should be able to get away with 4 of these. If I go down to normal quality, Maybe that's even better. We do 50. So that's 600. I don't think we need to be scared of exceeding the fluid network distance. There's a lot of ammonia storage, but it is 1000 times science cost, so why not? To be sure. Right, so 5 ice cubes a second. $24. Okay, the fast inserter does 1.92 ice cubes. We can do 2 inserters per plant. And then times 10 we'll be getting 38 ammonia per plant out of there. Got 24. Which means we can get 920 ammonia per second if I extract. If I'm inserter limited by these 2 inserters extracting ice cubes. Which is about 1.5 times more than I need, so I think I'm gonna design around that amount. Can do the same pipe construction on this side, not a direct insertion. We can have the heat pipe go by, hit plants, and the belt of ice cubes, or whatever it turns out to be, goes over here. It probably needs to be in more than one belt, but we'll figure that part out as we go. Let's say we do only 3.75, and it's 900. It's still more than we need. Then we can 4 inserters can do 15 a second, I think. So these will so I can then join 8 of these inserters on half a red belt before they need to switch. Alright. Five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 half red belts means 2 blue belts basically. Let's point that the other way. Alright. So that's my ice cube transport system then. Most of that's gonna have to be voided, but we do need a blue belt of ice cubes to go to science. So it's not all bad. We can still do this stupid construction which I just made to fill the tanks. This can just connect to here. Is that enough stupid? No, that's not enough stupid. Then let's do this as well. We can pump it out even. Let's place ice cubes on the belt next to heat pipes, which are gonna be like close to 1000 degrees. I don't see anything wrong with that. Okay, I think then that's the ice cube design. We're likely just gonna join up the heat pipes as such. Only need power on this side. And we can barely reach. We have groups of 3 now, so we can do groups of 3. That should power everything, I hope. Alright, that is then ammonia and ice cubes. The last one. We still need to get rid of some stuff. Mech armor, 42%. Heck yeah. I think all the design work is done. At least all the quantity stuff. All the quantity design work done. We still have a lot of details to take care of, like voiding stuff and crushing ice cubes, recycling them. But in general, the amount of assemblers and the configuration of the beacons and whatever is in place. Done, quote unquote. I think it's time to go in editor mode and test it and perhaps like paste it all together, and then we'll find out all the stuff I will find out all the stuff I did wrong. You already know. Apparently. Yeah, so let's grab it, we'll put it up there. So now we just need to puzzle it together a little, and we're gonna do that in editor mode. Ice ammonia, we just need to get rid of it, and I don't exactly know how much we need to get rid of still. I might just want to design so I can get rid of almost the entire production in case I need to. I'm not entirely sure how it's all going to work. Let's override that save, and we'll make another one for the editor mode. Unfortunately, that means we cannot keep making progress in the real world. Because now we need to see if it all works before we spend time to import everything, especially the concrete and whatnot. So, and then build it only to find out it doesn't work. It almost happened with the science build itself. Alright, so we'll go one step at a time. First, let's... Oh yeah, I forgot this was extremely annoying to do it underwater. So let's not do it underwater. It's AQUILO. Let's make a nice bunch of grassland on AQUILO. Because that's what AQUILO needs. A little bit of green grass. There we go. That is what AQUILO needs. And now we can simply build stuff normally without having to worry about the ice platforms and stuff. It's still frozen grassland, but at least it's something. Alright. So for the heat, we're gonna have some heat interfaces. We'll set it to 1000 degrees. Add a couple here and there. So everything thaws out. I should probably not do global electric network. I should probably just I'm obsessing over power lines in editor mode for some reason. Oh well. So this is a fake power plant with a substation to power the rest. Now we can see if everything is powered. Alright, so we already tested if we feed this the inputs, which it needs. We do get 1800 SPM out of there, so we don't need to retest that. What we do need to do is the fluid stuff. We did not do the fluid stuff. So let's copy that. Hopefully we will be able to connect that over here. Keep adding those heat interfaces. So once the temperature is in there, that's all fine. Alright, so now we're doing the actual design already. Okay, so we do want to test the cooling stuff. That's what we want to design first. I guess we are just gonna spawn in the rest then. We had a belt of ice cubes coming in. And then this is the science belt coming out. Wait, let's give ourselves the editor package. Plus the heat interfaces. Legendary heat interfaces, alright. Then we need a loader with ice cubes. No. Ice cubes. There we go. And one with lithium plates. So now we're just gonna step by step add, replace every I guess it's going to be a half belt, but we don't really should worry about that too much. Ah yeah, I forgot. Every time I do that, everything freezes again. So let's keep the additional heat interfaces on all the other sides as well. Alright, so we only have the fluid, which is correct. We will be simulating these inputs. It seems likely that this is just going to be heated like this. And we also need some lithium output. Okay, we're not going to have a fake pipe then. So one lithium output We can use undergrounds, I forgot about those. So we don't need to heat the entire belt. I do like visible stuff though. Alright. So I guess in this case, let's move that out and we will change it out for a chest with lithium. Which means this is going to be producing and we're going to be cooling it. So there goes science already. Let's start stashing it in a chest. Alright, so production is not that much faster than we need it. This just only goes up ever so slightly. We're gonna put some logic on there pretty soon. But first, let's see. It is good that this goes up at least. If we are producing 1800 SPM, that is. Let's try speeding up time. We should get above 1800 here. Ever so slightly. Right, so that is the same as it was last time. Which is good. So this tank is very slowly filling up, but we do want production of this to stop at some point. And we do need this stuff for our solar system edge spaceship, I suppose, because we needed to fire up the fusion reactor. So we want to be able to draw some barrels out of this at some point. Which means we want a lot in this tank. We basically just need to keep a little bit of space so this guy can cool, that's all. Let's AQUILO, let's use red wires for a change. And those machines are pretty loud. For decorative purposes. Alright, so now we can read the tank. And we only wanna... Let's pause. We only produce fluids. Man, those things are pretty loud. If this value is lower than 20,000. Alright, so that will keep on producing for quite a while then. Alright, so these pipes are not full at all. We can easily lose the fluid. The fluid is being cooled. This part looks to be working. Let's see if somebody sees a problem. Hot fluid can jam. How could it jam though? I think underground belts and underground pipes take more heat. I would say, I don't know if this is true, but I would say by design, because if this is a lot cheaper to heat up, then This. It would be a bit weird. Hot fluid should be where the logic is applied. How though? Because if this tank always has 5k of space, let's just say that this tank is full. It's not gonna get full, but okay, 25k. Alright, so now this guy is not working. This guy has a full output, but the total amount should still go down. This pipe is still empty. This guy is not working all the time because of fluid ingredient shortage. And since we are consuming, this will just go down over time. I think we are alright. I mean, there's not a lot of moving factors in here. It's just connected to science. We want to fill up a tank so we can fill barrels later. And that's all it needs to do. There is not going to be a giant amount of hot fluid gonna be coming back or anything like that. I think it's going to be fine. Alright, next step is going to be that guy. We do need to reset this part, because I put some stuff on the belts. Let's pause. We're going to need to route in holmium. We're going to simulate that by just having an infinity chest of holmium here. We need like 54 a minute. That's absolutely nothing. Alright, so that's the holmium. We need the lithium brine. Right. And the ammonia. Right. And this is just a fake pipe with hot fluorocetone. In case this machine ever decides it needs it, we can get it there. So that's all the ingredients for lithium. Lithium is going to be put onto these belts. At 12 per second, so it can all go on one belt if we want. It can even go on one side of one belt. If we want. So lithium should be coming out here. Alright, so the raw lithium goes out here. There is an inserter for that. And this is gonna have to be smelted in our smelting setup, which looked something like this. Can we share a beacon? Probably we can, but I think we're gonna ignore that. I don't think this setup will work. We cannot get the heat pipes through there. So we're probably gonna do some long-handed shenanigans. This is just barely reaching. I will we'll do it separate. You know what? Let's go to Norvis where we can actually see something. We'll pretend we need to put heat pipes. We can put a global network here. Alright, 6 furnaces around a beacon. We could again try to go for a more hexagonal design or something. I'm not sure that would be worth it. Lithium, lithium, lithium. Legendary lithium, fine. 2.46 exactly. Yeah, we need 2 inserters. We need 1 for putting it in and 2 for taking it out. If we go long-handed. So maybe that's the play here. Long-handed for putting it in. And then 2 for putting it out. We're gonna have heat pipe problems if we do this. Let's just try making a normal design here. I mean, we can put it out like this theoretically. That does not solve our heat pipe problem. We can space it out a bit more. Spacing stuff out might be the key. Kinda like the input like this. Could be something like that. Go all the way around. How do I double output though and heat up the belts and the inserters? I mean, it's fairly simple actually. We have lithium on one side of the belt. We're gonna get only 12. We're gonna get 12 out, so if lithium is coming in on the inside, we can put the completed lithium on the outside. And that should be all. Which means we can actually just squeeze it. Into a tiny sandwich. So if we do this, we can probably get away with the hexagonal design as well. Yeah, we do need to reach the beacon, so that's going to be something like that. Then it's basically just rotationally symmetric, is it not? Kind of. Okay, wait. Yeah, we just need to put the stuff on the belt somewhere and then take it off again. Wait, we are outputting on the corner if we do that. That might not be great. Could be... We could do it with a splitter. Alright, so the lithium needs to go on the... Probably have to mirror this. The lithium has to be on the bottom side of the belt. Let's mirror it. I think we're gonna have to mirror it if we think about the orientation. The lithium comes in on the left side of the belt, goes into the bottom, output everything on the far side of the belt, and that comes out also on the far side of the belt over here. Alright, I think that's gonna work. Let's go back to AQUILO. Because here comes the lithium. Maybe we wanna... Oh, I didn't think about how the heat pipes are gonna get connected. They can't connect like this, we need a hole somewhere. So I guess if we have one hole, we should get 4 holes. For now, this can be a heat interface. Playtime. I didn't think about power either, but we got those giant power lines. That should probably not be a problem. Okay. It would be nice. This could come in over here. That would mess up the hexagonal part. But this could work. Here we go. Guess we should have input priority on the main belt, or it could get completely blocked. It doesn't really matter though. Now we have actual lithium coming in signs. We might have a production gap because I cut off the lithium belt, but we should go right back up to 1800 SPM if we are producing enough lithium, that is. If the smelting keeps up. But we overproduce this, so we should be alright. And we probably wanna like stash some in a chest somewhere. So for instance, output priority to science, and just have a couple chests or something. Okay, it's not looking too bad. Except that these are not powered, but suppose that's going to be an ugly power line. Yeah, it's going to be off center no matter what I do. We need 2 then. Alright, so something like that. We can put some lights. Are lights not frozen? Lights don't freeze. Alright, that is good to know. Lights don't freeze. That could be our lithium storage. It's coming together. Lights don't freeze, but my 500-degree steam pipes do, yeah. I like circle designs, man. They're not... They're not the most straightforward, but they are nice. Especially if you can make them work on AQUILO. We do need to connect the heat pipes to the heat pipe grid. I mean, I guess these were supposed to be going somewhere anyway. Kinda don't like it, the underground, that to break these up, really. That looks nice. So maybe we can go around. Don't actually need to heat that up, we just need to go here. Maybe that makes more sense. Plug it in from the side. And that's gonna store us enough lithium for sure. The theory is, the going theory is just that the steam pipes are really well insulated. So the outside freezes, but the inside is just alright. Why the steam is not getting transported though, nobody knows. So it's not a very good theory then. Right. Lithium is working. Building blocks are getting added. That is done. The science is done. The cooling is done. That's most of the difficult parts done. I think the only thing that's left on my thing here is the ammonia and ice cube creation. Because this is just ammonia, this is a fluid we're mining, this is a fluid we're mining. This is a fluid we're mining. Oh, it's gotta get in there somehow though. It's technically possible to put it in from up there. That immediately stops the entire process. I gotta make sure I can still get the stuff in there somehow. Okay, like this we can get out for sure. I think I'm again designing too much ahead of time here. The oil could just come in directly. That could be ammonia. That could be ammonia. Right, so we can get the fluids in there still. We can get the heat pipe through there as well. Okay, we do need that heat pipes. That's slightly annoying. Now we don't. Because this fluid also still needs to go to this guy. Now we need to connect it to only one point, and this all works. Okay, some power lines still need to be in there as well, but in general this is not too bad. That could do the job. Okay, let's see if everything works if we just do this. Okay. So now this fluid tank has gone from 25k to 20k. And I forgot to delete the signs. So but you can see it still stopped producing after, even if signs got blocked. We are not getting blocked. Right, so do I want to plan for an assembler? Probably do. To fill some fluid barrels. Of the cold fluorocarbon. Okay, that's not gonna work great. Can I get it on this guy? I mean, I don't really need this line. Oh, actually, I do. No, I just need this pipe. We just need this guy to sit somewhere in the middle. And I'm not sure how many barrels we'll need. There's not going to be more than this. We'll just hand feed the barrels in anyway. I'm gonna forget about these two modules, I'm pretty sure, but oh well. So now we can fill barrels with the stuff. You can even tell this machine to only work. Ah, we had a red line. To only work if there is at least 5,000 fluid in the tank. That way we won't sap everything away from science. So if this thing gets empty, now it's not working, it's disabled by control behavior, and this guy is now working again. Alright, good enough. So we got a nice integration for our science ship. Then there's only one giant build left to add. Not really though, because we also need to void the we do need to void the what's it called? The ice cubes. The infamous grass plains of AQUILO, yeah. AQUILO is intentionally unbalanced. What do you plan to do with the excess ice? It's gonna go in the trash. Alright, okay, now I see the problem. Now I see the problem you already saw a long time ago. Alright. We are heating the machines from up here already, so we don't necessarily need to heat them from below. Which means the second inserter just has to go over there. And we should be good. That was a simple fix. I love it when fixes are simple. Can I even force place it? I think I can. Alright, now we do have the... It's not really an issue, we are grossly overproducing here anyway, so I don't even care if these output on the wrong side of the belt. In fact, that could connect over there as well. Right, then the last routing is this ice cube belt. Unfortunately, that is sitting on the top there. Of course, we could paste this guy on the top instead, but now I'm committed. I think we'll just do a switcheroo over here somewhere with some splitter. It means we need to get some heat pipe. out on the other side as well. Can I do something other? I think you can still do this output. Yeah, okay, it outputs on this one, but it still outputs on the far side if we do this. So I guess this will have to work something like this. Outputs over there. Actually, this is fine. We can even do just this. That is probably more standard. We haven't inserted there. We cannot do this scenic. Yeah, we cannot. Alright. Fine. It's fine. That could be one set of ice cubes. Because the other set of ice cubes goes the other way. This should make me a full blue belt of ice cubes. We don't need a full blue belt of ice cubes here. Instead of outputting on the heat pipe. Oh yeah, I see. I have the same problem on this side. Do I need a full throughput? I don't need a full throughput. Cursed. Now I have two inserts outputting on a heat pipe. I bet it will still work. I think we go there. Or was that the reason? Alright, we'll follow the heat pipes then. We need to go here for the ice cubes. Feel some cursed belt weaving coming up. I knew it, that was one tile too far. That could be it. Why is my legendary substation not connected to here? Okay, for now I'm gonna put 2 more heat interfaces over here in case I need to rebuild the thing. Alright, so what are these ice cubes supposed to do? What else need ice cubes? We need to melt water for something. We need to melt water for rocket fuel. What about rocket fuel? Oh, we're gonna have to tack that on somewhere. That is horrible. Alright. Ammonia pipe needs to go there as well. So all of our ammonia sources are up here. We got this guy, we got this guy. These are producing it. I should have built it on the top side. There's no way I need a lot of ice for this. This is just grossly overbuilt. I don't think it's going to be that long for the series to finish. It's going to go on for a while after the streams. But each episode is going to cover more and more hours of game time as the game progresses. Alright, so we got ammonia up here. I can just get a green belt of ice, I think. And leach some of that ice off of here. Is there any other purpose for ice cubes? Let me quickly check the Excel. I don't think so, it's just science and melting ice for water. Oh wait, no, we do actually have another purpose for water. Oh, I don't know if I counted for that. I have a nuclear plant. We need water for power. We can estimate how much water that is actually. How much power are we gonna use anyway? This thing was using 240 megawatts. The rest of the build is a lot smaller though, so I don't think we're gonna exceed 480 megawatts there. Especially everything that's not running is efficiency modules. That's not going to use a lot of power. So let's say we are using half a gigawatt of power. 10 megawatts uses 10 water a second basically. So 500 megawatt is going to use 500 water a second. $500 water a second. And one ice becomes 20 water. That's 25 ice cubes a second. That's a lot of ice cubes. Maybe this is not overbuilt as much as I thought it was. We're gonna need some buffer chest areas, I think, until I know what I'm doing at least. Which is not the case at the moment. Alright, so we're not gonna go green belt then. This will join up as well with another cursed belt through. Okay, I wanna actually flip that. So this goes out this way, I suppose. Alright, then we'll be doing rocket fuel on this side. We'll pipe the ammonia over, that shouldn't be too hard. We can at least align something. Okay, this build is not complete though. We got ice cubes over here, that means I probably want to mirror the thing. put the ice cubes on this side. Oh, we had the whole water pipe debacle. Or the whole pipe debacles. That's gonna be a bit interesting. We got space here though. This is not gonna look nice though. It's just too much pipes with different fluids. I think I don't want this to so close to the science build. So where am I gonna build it? Guess we got a celebratory belt of ice cubes, which goes all the way around then. This could actually be the main belt of ice cubes as well. Why not? That would be funny. For now, let's just keep it here. Actually, no, I think this is alright. These ice cubes go this way. Okay, for now we'll pretend if I can find those offshore pumps. I can never find offshore pumps, man, in my inventory. Oh, I didn't have them. Okay, that makes sense then. I think I need to put the landscape. Okay, now it's pumping. Alright, so now it's pumping. We are testing the ice. There goes the ammonia. This is actually, I like how this is starting to look. Alright, so let's say we are avoiding ice. Can we hook up the offshore pump? Oh, we can. The offshore pump is going to be very close, but now it's not. So we read this tank, we can basically tell this guy to stop. If the ammonia tanks are filling up too much or something. Just randomly doing stuff now, I have no idea if this is necessary. So 1000, it should be off, alright. Let's say it's 20,000. We should be using more ammonia than We should be using more ammonia than we are using ice cubes. So if we are avoiding the ice, ammonia should get consumed. So now we just need to hook up all the ammonia sources, which is gonna be a little bit annoying. But we got the 3 different sources over here hooked up, and then we got the rocket fuel. I suppose then we're gonna be building here somewhere as well. Doesn't really matter exactly how. Maybe like this. This is aesthetically alright. Then all the ammonia sources are nearby each other at least. So we just gotta pipe this reservoir up to over here in a not too jarring way, and then I'm happy. We could just follow the ice. We don't have heat pipes there though. So we probably wanna... Okay, no. That heat pipe is too scenic, it cannot be interrupted. It's impossible. Is it even belt weaving if there is no underground belt here? Guess I technically should do something like this to make it belt weaving. But no, we're not gonna do that. How do I get up there? Without looking too annoying. This could actually mirror the holmium still needs to get in here as well somehow. So we're gonna have to... If I don't do bots, I might do bots for the holmium, but... we might have a heat pipe going in here. If we have that heat pipe going in there anyway. We could get this pipe over there as well. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm happy with this stuff though. This is... not great. Guess we're gonna have to do that for the corner. If we go through here. Oh yeah, that could actually work. Okay, now we're connected to ammonia, so this technically should no longer be needed. Okay, my ammonia tank is... oh, they are full because of the... because of the infinity pipe, so let's delete it again. Okay, we are definitely producing more than we are consuming at the moment. Now we just need to hook up a rocket fuel to that, I suppose, to see if we are actually producing more than we are consuming. I don't think this needs to have a limiter actually. No, it does need to have a limiter. It does need to have a limiter. Let's go halfway point. So it could happen that if we are avoiding ice, if these tanks are full, we can never switch it on again, and the tanks will be full without a way to clear it. I guess we could just press the delete button, but now we can press a different button and it will start up again, I suppose. We'll have to, I don't have enough experience with AQUILO to figure that out, so we'll have to see that as it goes. Why the huge fluid buffer? Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not sure we're going to be needing it, but we're going to have like waves of rocket fuel production and then no rocket fuel production. And rocket fuel production is what is going to consume by far the most of this ammonia. So it goes up and down a bit. We overconsume and then we underconsume. So we need a buffer tank to catch those waves. Potentially, I'm not really sure that's how it's going to work, but that is how it feels like. The good news is, at the moment, I am no longer spawning in any fluids, except the ones that are mined directly. And I'm only spawning those in on one location if I am correct. Three. Yeah, I only have 3 infinity pipes. Alright, and all 3 are over here. So the fluid stuff is working. And now we need to bring in the holmium plates from far away, from wherever the landing pad is, I suppose. And if I tactically sideload them, I don't need an extra heat pipe. Alright, so they could come in from the landing pad wherever. That we can tack on later. So how many infinity chests do I still have? One, two, three. Okay, those are the ones which are deleting stuff, so those don't count. So holmium, which is going to be shipped in, the 2 which are deleting stuff. That's all. Alright, that's good. That's good news. So that might be the entire science setup then. Right, so actually I might just have to tell the... I don't need a circuit condition on this, I think. I just need to stop... I didn't design it yet, but I need to stop voiding ice or recycling ice if these tanks get full, basically. Does that make sense? Yeah, because then it will back up with ice and we will stop producing. And if we use the ammonia again, that's going to have the same problem, is it not? I cannot figure this out, man. Okay, anyway, I don't want the recycling station close by here. I'm not exactly sure where this is going to go. want to make a splitter here. Yeah, all of this is on the home. But okay, we input priority from the bottom side because we are not avoiding that ice. We might need a green belt to get the signs out as well. Alright, and then we output priority to signs as well. Peak of stupid design. I want to keep that belt frozen really. Okay, I'm just trying to sideload the inside since that's the preferred side, which means now this belt stops completely instead of sometimes feeding in. Right, and then all of this is going to get crushed. Alright, so what I need to do, I think, is I need to make a buffer system with these ice cubes. Probably in batches of 2. I can run heat pipes. I can just use splitters to not have to heat up that belt. But that's probably not what I'm gonna do. I'm not sure how much ice I will need to stock up. I just need to stock up some ice in case this gets filled up. that I can start producing signs again with the ice from here without having to produce new ammonia. That's what I want to do. I'm not sure that's needed, but I think it is. Then once I start using up those ice cubes, space will free up in the ammonia tanks because we're going to be producing this stuff again, that stuff again. We're going to launch rockets again, and at some point then we are again consuming more ammonia than ice cubes, and then the ice cube chests can fill up again. I think this is a good idea. It feels like a good idea. That is not right. I think we have to come out here. Yeah, I'm not really sure how much we'll need, but I just say these are the belts again. Right, how do we heat up this one though? It looks like we can't. No, we can. We just have to underground everything. At least on the output side. Alright, we might actually not need that then. We can just go through the middle. So how many inserts do we need to fill up a blue belt? 45 items a second. That's 24. 4. That means we need like 6 sets of these. Holy moly. Do I need 6 sets? I could do this perhaps to fake the sixth set for the beginning. Those all need to be there, right? Now we do need to power those, so these open spaces might come in handy. It's not the best. It's ice though. Alright. Where's this coming from? I suppose. This heat is gonna have to come from up here. Yet another underground, I suppose. With power line. And then we can finally merge these belts. Alright, and this is the belt that needs to go to... This is the belt that needs to go to science. And then this is the belt that needs to get scrapped, basically. I see the light. Alright, so if we need to scrap the rest of the ice... we don't even need that, we can just do this. Complete the loop. So we output priority to the left to fill up all the chests. And then this ice will all need to get voided somehow. And that can probably be quite compact actually. Let's say we produce 45 ice. I think we're almost done with the ice. 45 ice. If we recycle ice, that goes at a speed of 16 cubes a second. So if we can feed in 16 cubes a second, we only need 3 of these. We could probably make one of those loops. If we can fit the amount of inserters needed, which we can not, I think. That would do 12 ice a second. Because we produce 4 from the recycler itself. But we cannot feed in. Oh, we can. We might be able to feed in enough. 24 inserters. 24. That is the entire loop. 24 inserters. Alright, so can this... let's test this separately on Norvis real quick. Can this thing eat up a full belt of ice cubes? Ah, the calming Norvis music is nice after the tense AQUILO variant. Alright. It does appear that it can void an entire belt of ice, so we're gonna use this design then. This means we need a double heat pipe line. Right, so we're not gonna need the offshore pump to block production. Oh. This can just fill up completely and it should still work. Now we just need to hook up this to some over here somehow. Let's wait with the belt. This is the shape we want to use. So we can hook it up over there. Okay, it looks like the splitter needs to be here then. So we can exactly heat up everything. I think we should use blue belts on AQUILO for the cold effect. Alright, this can connect. This can connect. That's the ice voider. I don't think I'm even going to use efficiency modules on those. Is that the entire science build? That is a lot smaller than I imagined it. We are still chugging along 1800 SPM. Only when we do like design updates it temporarily dips, so it's looking good. Alright, so let's say these tanks are absolutely full. We can simulate that by doing this. So these can no longer produce. That means the ice supply is gonna dry up. Right? But science is not gonna stop. Or at least, yeah, science is full as well. So science is full. So these chests will be all full with ice. Okay, this is gonna stop temporarily. Alright, so stuff is backing up, backing up, backing up. Yeah, blue belts are thematic. I think we should use blue belts. Not the red ones. I do need to be careful with the belt weaving stuff though. Maybe we'll just use them in the science build. Ice cubes, the science packs, everything looks nice together with the blue belts. I'm missing one belt there. Okay, so now this is idle. These tanks are full. The thing is, I did not build rocket fuel yet. But yeah, since we are voiding the ice here, this is all full. And we got chests and chests of ice to feed science to start it up again. I guess, yeah, this is the situation where we are not producing rocket fuel for a while. So, yeah, let's say the The spaceship comes back. And we start producing again. Shoot very slowly. At some point, it is now draining. We are feeding the ice from the chests. These will all be absolutely full. And pretty soon we are going to be producing some ice again. Especially since the rocket fuel is going to consume a ton of ammonia as well. So right now we are producing and consuming way more ice than ammonia, but that's because rocket fuel is not yet built. Can I quickly just hook it up somehow? Oil, water. We gotta melt some ice cubes. But we are just spawning in the water for now. So we don't need this guy. Or this guy. We just need to spawn in oil. And actually connect the ammonia pipe. Temporarily at least. But I do, so it starts up almost immediately. Power line, power line, power line. These also should get ammonia. Forgot about that. Alright, so we need more grassland. Oop, let's add a couple chunks. Heat pipe goes around this side. We do need some openings somehow to take out rocket fuel. You can do like this, I suppose. Let's add a ton of these. And those just output in infinity chests, but for this purpose they can output in here. Alright. Something's not working. Right, we didn't actually connect the ammonia. Okay, that makes sense, I suppose. This is just a temporary design. I don't really want to heat pipe up the entire place. If I can avoid it. Okay, now we are connected. We are producing solid fuel. This ammonia pipe is not yet connected. Okay, now it's connected, and you can see this eats up a ton of rock of ammonia. 500 per recipe. Alright, so now let's let it run. And hopefully this number should be going down. It's now 1 million and 8,000. It's going up. Okay, that's not good. Give it a little bit of space. I want to get a nice number. Cannot find a nice number. Okay, this is a misbuilt. Okay, I hope that is why it was not working. Let me also delete my home factor here, so I'm not accidentally... I can read the stats now. Ammonia. Production, consumption. Consumption is at 49k. It's way higher than it was only science though. That was only science. This is now with rocket fuel. What about ice cubes? Okay, that was platforms. Now this is science. Doing 3k, so now we're overproducing ice. This might actually, it might stay full anyway. This might stay full all the time. It's alright, it can stay full. Let's simulate it being full again. Now it's full. Alright, so now it has completed this. The entire buffer is unnecessary then, I think. So now ammonia production and consumption will be the same. So unlimited production is 50k, but limited it's gonna go down to 42. So next song please. This song is nice for once in a while. Alright, so this is approximately the correct amount of rocket fuel we'll need to launch a science off of the planet. We can always build more if we need to burn more ammonia, which produces more ice. We have the space for that. Right, so that has been running for a while. Let's check 1 minute. Okay, we are definitely very much overproducing ice compared to consumption, which is good. That is what we want, because ice we are crushing away. Wait, does this count? Okay, we're not really crushing away ice. As I say, we're storing it into chests right now. Let's stop this completely. But we're definitely, yeah, we are overproducing ice by 1.7k a minute. That's going to go in the chest. Once the chests are full, we are going to be crushing it. so that ammonia production can continue. That's the idea. So these tanks can be full. That's fine. And then once we need a lot of ammonia at the same time, we can do that with the rocket fuel production. So we can overproduce rocket fuel a little, and it won't hurt us. All right. So let's say the rocket flies. The rocket flies, and how can I quickly do this? I guess we disconnect. Just disconnect this one for now. Alright, so now we're not producing rocket fuel. Ammonia is full, which is fine. We're using just a little bit of ammonia. Ice production is going to slow down. That's why the ice buffer is there. Ice production is going to slow down. Thanks to this ice buffer, science production will continue until the next time the rocket comes. Now we're probably using... Yeah, now we're using this backup ice over here. So we don't need a splitter. Guess we can keep the splitter. Belt weaving. I guess this technically... We'll use a green belt. Alright, so we are hardly producing any ice now. That's alright. Because we're feeding it out from chests for a while until the rocket ship comes back. And the rocket fuel production is going to start again. And that means ice production is going to start again. And ice overproduction is going to start again. Alright, and since we tailored rocket fuel to actually be slightly overproducing only, this is going to produce for most of the time, even when the rocket launches are not happening, and only at the very end it will stall a bit. Then we'll rely on the ice in chests. So I think this is going to work. Such a tiny build. When I designed this part, I thought it was going to be huge. But then the rest turned out to be this large, including the smelting of the lithium. And then the ammonia stuff, which is stupidly overbuilt. You could just use a couple of these with beacons, I suppose, but we don't have the stack inserters and stuff. Alright, so let's put this back into crush mode. Because at some point the ice chests are going to be completely filled up. And we're going to have to crush a belt of ice to keep everything going. One belt of ice into science, one belt of ice into getting crushed. I think that's the design. Is there anything missing? I wonder what AQUILO would smell like. Some questions are better left unasked. We can't smell it because of our spacesuit. Mike will play recreational piano. There is no such thing as recreational piano dance. That does not exist. Alright. I think I just blocked my logical place to grab oil ocean, but if we build this on the water, we can put an offshore pump here. Offshore pump. Don't tell me I have to... Here. What does ocean even look like? Ammoniacal ocean. That should be enough. We don't need a lot of ocean. That is considered an ocean in Factorio. Sure. There we go. Right, yeah, this tank wasn't needed, but it's working now. It's working, and I think we caught at least some of the potential problems this thing could have. So I think I'm gonna leave it at that. Do we connect the heat pipe here? Kinda don't wanna. It will take the heat a while to go through all of that, but I think it's fine. Okay, so we got some lithium plate storage, we got some safeguards, maybe not all the safeguards, but we got some of them. I guess the last thing to do then is actually connect rocket fuel. Maybe it just will stay like this then. It's working now, so don't question it. If it's working, don't touch it. Oh, we do need to route ice cubes to this, or water. We do need to do the... the pipe thing. We have kind of an issue already. Okay, that powers these inserters. Alright, yeah, this is the last thing to do then. Not spawn in the oil, but actually design these pipes. I think this is just gonna stay. Somewhat as that. This is a spaghetti system of pipes already anyway. Alright, we got oil here. That's where we'll have to connect it. Thanks, Built-in Nalog for the Prime subscription. Thanks. We're gonna keep the buffer. I'm not just gonna delete it because it's not necessary. Nothing of this part looks good, man. I predicted that this would look horrible, and it certainly does. At least we can connect this here, perhaps. Alright, now let's see if we can figure out the water mess. think this is now just oil coming from somewhere. So we'll first do the water piping. Oh, it might actually fit around in this way. Oh, that's actually pretty neat. I thought it would be more difficult. That's the water piping. Even the water out can flow like that. In general, this zigzag is a pretty good system then. Okay, so we do have a reason to not let the entire system fill up, and that is this guy. So either, okay, that was so we did not have to transport ice cubes. So either we transport ice cubes, which I don't think we'll do because that will look, how will that look? We need 2 inserters worth of ice cubes, so it's we have to actually belt it. This is maybe not too terrible actually to get it through. Alright, we're doing the last one with a splitter there. Oh no, wait, we don't need to. It is just not heated up because the game is paused. Can still do it with a splitter. Alright, then we don't need this. We don't need any additional difficult pump stuff either. And it gives this belt some purpose. The science belt still needs to get out somehow, but we'll figure that out. E-junction, alright. And that also will get fed from the ice cube storage, so that is good. That means this will continue as well. And rocket fuel production has gone further, so we can use this as the storage basically, and then just have more inserters take it out onto yet another belt, or we can just put it on a belt directly and heat it up. But that goes to the rocket silos. I'm not going to design the rocket silos just yet. Or are we? I don't know how many we'll need. I think it would be better to build more than 2 this time. I also don't know how the landing pad is gonna look yet. Where's the rocket silos? It would be kind of cool if they were under here. For pieces perhaps, we do need the top-notch productivity modules. I haven't done any bots yet. Should I do bots? Where's the landing pad gonna be? Kinda makes sense to have it close by then. And of course the entire thing is one tile off of where it needs to be. Alright. I guess it's time to start designing on the water then. We don't have that many fake heaters anymore. I should have placed the landing pad first. It's only a 1 in 4 chance it's located correctly, but that looks pretty sweet. Alright, that was exactly... why we designed on the grass. Alright, copy paste works. Oh yeah, the landing pad did not need... The landing pad did not need heating pipes. That was interesting. We do have space for heating pipes though. We can, they can go out here. We cannot daisy chain rocket silos for... I don't think we can do that. I mean, all 4 rocket silos would fit under here. In which case we can just request the parts and direct insert them into the silos, I suppose. Let's just grab some concrete. Okay, you know what? We can bring this back onto the land now. Okay, we need to actually put oil ocean under there or it's not working. Sorry, ammonia ocean. It's going to take a while to heat up. We can only have one of those, so we gotta cut that. Alright, let's defrost that as well. Not yet time to go on the ocean. Only a final design on the ocean. So be it. Oh, we gotta speed these up with beacons as well. Silos. And they gotta be powered. And that's already fast enough to continuously launch rocket with a single beacon. 1.88 a second. Alright, that's good enough. And the science packs need to go to the rocket silos somehow as well. We might just do a science. We might just do the load the rocket silos with bots. Okay, we need 3 items a second, then we're gonna do 3 of those. Blue chip, low density. Oh wait, and rocket fuel is not gonna be shipped in. I guess rocket fuel might be shipped in the beginning. But eventually not anymore. It's over there. Not very close by, so probably will belt it in. The signs as well. How many? We need to charge 5 times faster, man, on here. What are we using on? What are we using here? I think we use like 15. And that's way more. 27 in service. Okay, we need more than that. I think 27 wasn't even enough. And we cannot simply double stack because of the heat pipes. The beacon could be in a better location, but let's try bots. Let's try the bots approach for once. We're gonna need way more robots than this to charge up everything. Let's see. 4,000 signs every half minute when these are launching. 8,000 signs per minute. Could get cargo, but I'd rather not. So 8,000 divided by cargo size 3 is about 2,600. To get a feel for it, I think bot energy is 5 times as expensive here. So it's as if I was loading 13,000 bot flights per minute, or 220 bots are flying, are doing one loading action every second. I think we just have to test this. It feels kinda close in terms of what would be enough roboports. Still have space for more, so not really an issue there. That power line is just there in case we need more roboports. The question is, are the bots smart? Do they pick from the nearest chest, or what will they do? Yes, so we are not producing 1,800 signs a minute, or are we? Oh, we still are, alright. The belt is not full, but it's because it's a blue belt. Good. So now this belt needs to come down. Okay, this is going to be wrong. That's going to be wrong. So it was again 30 a minute, 30 a second, which means we need 16 inserters or so doing their thing, at least, into chests. If I had spaced these apart just a little bit more, could have done like 2 silos with bots and 2 with inserters. You cannot really do a mix though. I don't think you can do a mix. So just do I borrow this system then? So basically I want the storage chests. I think the bots prefer drawing from a single storage chest. Thanks Goffrey for the Prime subscription. So something like this would probably be the most optimal. And that is 18 inserters, which is more than 30 signs per second. That is not enough buffer though. I don't believe that is enough buffer. Or is it? It's actually a lot if we use these chests. 7,600. Science stacks to 200, right? So it's 15,000 per chest times 18 chests. That is almost 270k. I think that is enough. That's a similar amount than we've got over here. 307k. Alright, it's on the same ballpark. How many minutes of SPM is that? There's 152 minutes of SPM. Alright, so it's enough storage then. It is enough. If this fills up, we're gonna be good. The problem is though, the bots are gonna be drawing from one chest, and then the insertion is not gonna go very equal. So if I just give passive provider chest, I will give the bots 2 tasks to also bring it in here. But if we're launching continuously, will this be really so bad? That might still be pretty bad. I am in map view again. Alright, heat pumps. Need heat pipes through here anyway. Chests do not need heat pipes. So this could be something. Okay, these are not heat piped again. Guess this belt could underground. How does this fit the best, man? Okay, let's just pretend it comes in from here. means we're gonna have full heat pipe both sides apparently. This is the main science belt, so let's do that. I think that should work. Alright. See what happens. I think maybe I should make a save. It's been a while. Underground heat pipe. That would be nice. And now they tell me that those are not connected. Small hiccup, but here comes the signs. Alright, 1 second. Signs is gonna come in at only 1800 SPM, so we have to simulate that by throttling it through a red belt. Alright. Let's wait until we got a couple thousand in there, and then we'll request to one rocket and we'll see from which chest they draw. I think the buffer chest idea is not gonna be great. I think we can probably do with some fewer roboports, but we'll see how that goes. Guess we'll use a rare logistics bots here. $1,000. Alright, and I should probably do this so that the bots go back into the closest robots after the task. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry for the flashing. 9, 10. Right, let's say I have. Then I want 3,000 bots. Bots, and they're all going to be sitting in these roboports, but they can charge in different ones, I think. I think that's how it works. Maybe it's not how it works, in which case I should get rid of the requests. We're gonna slightly aid the science storage speed. I just want to see what happens if we request science. Alright, AQUILO Explorer, let's stop the time. This thing is in orbit above AQUILO. Let's say this ship arrives and we start requesting science. A lot probably. I don't know how much, but let's just go. Just probably give it a separate group. Alright, so now science loading test. Oh, rockets are not being made. Oh, and I forgot about cargo base. That could be not great. It basically means I have to use the bots to get the stuff out of here that's directly feeding. This is not going to be enough. This is going to be enough. I also did not account for rocket fuel yet. Right, we can have rocket fuel being inserted from here. It's a little bit more I keep designing myself into a corner by making these tight designs without actually having the full system set up just yet. Alright, so technically a rocket fuel could just come in over here. I need some more of those superheaters. Alright, those belts will defroze. Slightly annoying. But we could do something like that. Stuck it in the corner, that could be the rocket fuel. If it ever gets here, it would help. It would help if I put the belt correctly. Alright, so that could be a rocket fuel, passive provider chests. We can then do requester chests. I suppose we are now committed to bot stuff. So where do I put that? Without interrupting the heat pipes. Got a space here. We can just get this all the way through, so we don't need these lines either. .14 a second at max speed means this guy is gonna be good enough. Alright, so that should be a rocket fuel distribution. We can up the request now. Let's see when they're charging. Okay, we don't seem to be using that much power. It's all short flights, so it's pretty optimized. These have to go. I guess we're gonna go the good chests again. Do I just we just request a mix? I think we just request a mix to these. So that is, say, 200 rocket fuel. We can do 400 of each type. 400 rocket fuel. And 400 blue chips, 400 LDS. We still have space to spare. Which means once those things get launched in, they can get distributed as well. I guess we shoot a request from buffer chest, and then I can, this will solve my cargo bay problems basically. Direct insertion from here as well, actually. Oh, we are loading the signs already. A bit prematurely, but alright. Alright, just bringing some stuff in the system. Alright, so let's see if we recover from this. If we recover from this loading spree, we definitely should be alright. I think we're gonna get rid of the bot request. Everything is close by enough and chests are everywhere. The landing pad is there. Okay, let's stop requesting signs for a little. I guess we gotta get a general storage chest or two. Temporarily plop down some stuff. Because I stopped requesting. Alright, I see what's going on. Okay, let's speed up. Let's see how the bots do. Alright, I'm just gonna fill these chests up because they're gonna be full by the time we start. Uh, 64k signs. Okay, 86k signs, and we are producing. So we can request 100k signs on board. Alright. I think we are ready then. The bots are calm. What did the roboports top out at? Alright. Less than 100 megawatts, so not super crazy, but that puts us above 480 megawatts, so I probably should try to use less. If I use my nuclear power plant, I should use less than this number of roboports if I can. Or I should just build a slightly larger nuclear power plant. That's of course an option as well. Probably the better option. We're gonna just try to launch and see how it goes. So the factory running is 320-ish megawatts, depending on which cryo plants are active. Alright, there's one other thing which we need to simulate having a bit more of. Alright, so that's full. Sure, so everything is now in stock. We got rocket fuel, low densities and blue chips. 9,500. Alright, so I guess this is the moment the science loading test starts now then. So basically pause, let's go to the AQUILO Explorer, request the science packs. And now we're gonna see if the bots keep up with charging when loading 4 rockets. This is the test basically. Thanks the Mikest of Mikes for the full year of subscriptions. Hope you had a happy new year. Yeah, thanks. Oh, Godfrey, thanks as well. Like I getting sucked up in the build a little bit. Alright, so it does look like the bots all go to sleep before they load another 4K signs in there. Not too bad. But only barely. So are we using, yeah, we are using more than 480 megawatts this one. Which means I might be the first person in history to build accumulators on AQUILO. Because my average power draw is less than 480 megawatts. I suppose. So I can use accumulators to catch the fluctuations in there. Right, so why is... Okay, this... I made a mistake. So let's test this rocket silo if the long-handed inserter is faster, huh? No, not quite either. Oh, that's not good. There goes the symmetry. And the heat pipe connection. Right, so... guess we need to do this as the solution then. Let's see if we get continuous rockets without doors closing now. D too big. Get out of the way. The rocket is launching. It is crafting like almost continuously now, so we're gonna be faster, I'm pretty sure. Okay, rocket ready, rocket ready, rocket ready, rocket ready. Doors are no longer closing. All the bots are still going to sleep. Average power draw over 1 minute. 430 megawatts, although peak is 522. So we're gonna need some accumulators. And a separate area of the build. Basically, looks successful. Looks okay. Need accumulators to catch power swings. We're gonna build accumulators on AQUILO. That is just funny. That is not a bad looking base at all for AQUILO, isn't it? It is so small, it's much smaller than I imagined it to be. That's an open goal for... Can you burn rocket fuel to supplement the nuclear power plant? Yeah, but why? Why would I? Oh, that got blocked actually. Sorry about that. So now we can see that rocket fuel consumption is way over rocket fuel production, but that's okay, because we should be launching up. You cannot see how much science we're launching up per minute, but that has to be close to 7,000 or 8,000 science per minute, which is launched up. I think the fastest rocket turnaround time is 27 seconds, but the bots take some time to load, which means we are kind of loading. Yeah, almost 8 rockets per minute. We can actually see that. Okay, so a rocket consists of 50 rocket parts. Get 1.64% productivity bonus. So we need only 30 rocket fuel. So if we divide that 215, let's say we are consuming 215 rocket fuel, which means we're launching 7 rockets per minute. Which is 1,000 rockets, 1,000 science per rocket, is 7,000 science per minute is launched up into space. So if we divide that by 1800 again, that means we are now over consuming by almost a factor of 4, which is indeed what we see. We are consuming 20. If we divide 215 by all of this again, that should show us our production. Our production needs to be 54.8 and it is 50. It's slightly over that. So in the long term our rocket fuel production should be alright, given that we don't need to launch any additional stuff off of the planet. If we do, we need to take our own rocket fuel, because We are not going to be building up much rocket fuel from the moment we start launching. Which is the way we want it, because that way the ice cube and ammonia balance is not going to swing very hard. We might want to slightly upgrade this a little bit though. Just to produce a little bit more than we need. But we'll see. If we start off with a stash of rocket fuel, we should be good, nevertheless. So I think that's gonna be the base. All we need to do now is blueprint it without. We need to save first. Let's save. It is looking good indeed. Then we blueprint this without the electric energy interface, without the interface, substation, or the other heat interface. If we build it on the water, the offshore pump can be here. If not, we need to connect it, but let's keep it in there for now. The infinity chest with holmium, I'm going to keep that in there so I can see what is supposed to go there. The infinity pipes, same, that's the 3 fluids which have to be pumped from the planet. I think the rest seems to be all legit kind of stuff. We do need 15 rare cryogenic plants, but we can get those. We have been saving up this kind of stuff, and lithium plates is makeable on demand from holmium. The only thing I'm missing is probably refined concrete. Got 15 plants times 40 is like 600 of the stuff. That is not too bad. Alright. AQUILO. $1800 SPM. The culmination of our labor for today. Let's put it in here. So that is what we have to build on Sunday, I suppose. It's not going to be that easy to build it because we don't have the supplies. But we can start working on getting them. So looks like 140 productivity modules. Do I still have those, or will we have to do another biter X session? I think we might have to do another biter X session. Oh, we have him on the bringer of Mike Hendon's. Okay, so that means we don't need to do another biter X session, as these are theoretically the last productivity module Mark III's will ever need, I think. Right, so I have the rocket part inserters might not be able to keep up still, but we're launching 7 rockets a minute from 4 silos, which is already more than I did for the other science packs, where we are just having 2 silos per science pack. Given that the trips are shorter, we can afford to wait longer in orbit before making the flight again. But since AQUILO is a bit further away and we might need to fly pretty slow with our laser ships, because of course we have laser ships, I wanted to reduce the amount of time it takes to load signs on board. We're loading 7,000 signs a minute, so that means more than 2/3 of the time can be spent flying through space and bringing the signs to Novis, flying back, and only 1/3 of the time has to be spent getting the signs on board, which is an alright balance, I think, especially if we can afford to bring like maybe 100,000 signs on board at the same time, with space left to spare still. So that number could go up further. That way we can spend like an hour to make the flight. Not that we need to, but yeah, we can do the entire thing with a single ship. So the AQUILO Explorer probably will turn into the AQUILO Science ship. Alright, let's for the end of the stream we'll go back into the save over here. That took 3 hours, man. Holy moly. Basically 100 signs per trip. Yeah. Don't say that part out loud, please. I have to stay motivated to finish this. This is what we started with. A couple disconnected parts. Rocket fuel, cooling stuff, lithium, smelting, this weird unnecessary buffer tank thing, which we're gonna keep anyway, and signs. And we, over the course of the last 3 hours, butchered that into this thing over here. Okay, we can if we build it entirely on the water. We can kind of get an estimation of how much concrete is in there. Looks like about 6,000 ice platforms and concrete. It's not too bad. We already produced that many, and we haven't even got any supplies yet. So if we decide where we want to build this thing, we can already start laying down the foundations for it. I guess we want to check out where our best resources are before doing that. This might be the only source of fluorine we'll ever need. At 420, this is like 1800%. And we got a way to have the end yield be higher than the starting yield with some speed beacon. So that could be good. The rest is finite though. Lithium brine. Lithium brine is the most important. That is gonna go the fastest. Oil, the starter oil source is gonna be enough as well. We're gonna need more than this amount of lithium brine per second though. So we'll probably have to hook up these two. So maybe that means we will want to build it like somewhere on this side perhaps. But we'll see. Maybe we just need to explore a little bit more to see where the replacement resources are as well. Though aesthetically here it looks nice on the minimap, I must say, just in this general area. So we might do it over here. We got fluorine, lithium brine, can all be connected like so. And oil can just be brought up as well, quite easily. And the fluorine is like right next door. All the connections are here, so maybe just over here is fine. Right, that's the end of the design stream, I suppose. This is our job for upcoming Sunday. Sunday stream is gonna start later than usual. But I do have the option to go a bit deeper into the night. So hopefully we can get at least some parts of this thing done, if not all of it. I don't know how much work it will be to build it all. I'm not sure we do have enough concrete actually. 6k concrete, yeah, we barely have enough concrete to lay all the foundations for that. We do need more, of course, to bring over the stuff. Actually, no, wait. You could just build rails. I forgot about that. Okay, let's save here. This end of stream save. End of stream save. You can just build rails, right? Alright, we need to... Okay, we just need ice platforms. No concrete for placement of rails. So that is not going to be too difficult either. That means we have enough concrete, I think. We either do fluid wagons, we probably have to do fluid wagons, so I will still have to figure out how to do fluid wagons. And how to connect it. Or just draw a long heated pipe that is not very efficient. But then again, you know which channel you're watching, so you know what we'll probably end up with. It likely won't involve these things. Nope, he's shaking no. Alright, that's all for today, man. We're gonna have an outro with this guy shaking no at the rails. He doesn't even want to look at the rails. So I guess we're gonna have to do long heat pipes then. Anyway, the design is done. I thank you all for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for helping me along with the build and especially the heat pipe shenanigans. This is not easy, man. Second time only I built AQUILO. And this time is at scale. So sorry it took a while. Hopefully we get a nice looking base out of it. Right, I'm gonna go to bed. Thanks everybody for watching and hope to see you all Sunday European evening. Okay, should have kept it on map view. Alright, thanks again, and I'll see you all next time.